my god.
Hi, there's audio and stuff. People can hear us now.
Hello, people that can hear us. Well, hello everyone. Thank you for showing up today exactly on time. Just this is why we get in 30 minutes early so that we could actually start at 8. So, because if we all get in at 8, then we ended up starting at 30 because we had the obligatory, ramble session. Anyways, let's just jump into the recap then. So, last we left off, you all had basically just got back to Pomona, along with those in Kieran group and as well as Melody, who has maybe not officially yet rejoined the group, but is here. You all are back together briefly before splitting up again. With the addition of what? With the addition of Francesca and Shakestian, who, as of yet, it's not clear what their intents are or what their role will be with either the wardens or you, or perhaps both. Bishop, you received a letter from your wife detailing the events that she had gone through since in recent times. You learned about her and your daughter being part of the rescue efforts of the Silvered Cross, the group of the mercenary group that seems to have grown to rather quick prominence and is kind of like a humanitarian go into where things are dangerous and just set up caravans to get people to safer pastures. That's as much as you guys know about it. Suggestion, Ezekiel and Melody had a afternoon out on the town, culminating in a very nice meal, all paid for at the for courtesy and kindness of Melody, of course. However, well, Persephone and Francesca paid a visit to the Golem workshop to get some parts, materials to perhaps patch up the more prominent dings and nicks in Francesca's armor. But where we are now is at a point later on where you're all back together, events taken care of, and Bishop, you have the task after your conversation with the legatus of making sure that you all reconvene and head to his office for a debriefing and what comes next. At this point, it is mid to late afternoon. The sun is not quite setting yet, but is getting fairly low in the sky. All of you are within the Warden Fortress, the sturdy, tall walls of Arx Bellatorus. And you're all in the, now somewhat cramped living quarters of what used to be Phoenix Group. Was a bit more spacious when it was just the 4 of you and Kieran Group, and now with 7 instead of 4, well, you're going to need to bring in another bed if everybody currently present is to stay.
I don't sleep. Don't need bed.
just stand in the corner.
Pretty much.
Powered out, power saving mode.
She could just stand like if she's some sort of like display, like armor display.
I mean, it's got to be relaxing to at least maybe get. I don't know how that works. Like, do your legs get tired? Is that a thing?
No, I don't think I have muscles that would weary.
Yeah.
So,
You need to take a bit of a mental
flat on the
break, though.
floor.
I think like just flat on the floor, just T-posing.
The best way to sleep.
Just like yeah, the best way to sleep, obviously. So, the 7 of you are in the living quarters of Kieran Group. You have your request from the legatus, the more of a directive from the legatus to reconvene so that you can properly debrief the mission that you had just accomplished and hear from you what he couldn't in the short amount of words you have when using the stones. But I guess then the question is what to do with Francesca and Sebastian. Are they going to join you? Are they not? You all were seen entering the fortress together, save Melody. It's up to you guys.
Uh,
So, Bishop, you would have just come back into the room, and once everyone was convened, gave them the news of, like, passed along the word of the legatus. And that's where we are right now.
okay. Yeah, so we gotta make sure that we get together and have that briefing with the legatus sooner than later. But what are we gonna do with these two? I look at suggestion and I look at Francesca. Um, I know they were a part of what we did and that mission, but they ain't wardens. Not yet, at least.
In that aspect, I suppose it's up to them what they do. If this is where we part, or we continue together, we're gonna have
Part
to.
ways? But we just had a good dinner together. Don't you think you want to stay, Suggestion?
I would love for both of them to stay.
If
I
more of those
desire.
dinners are included.
I desire to see an end to the fiends. Dinners are no need to impress me.
That's a Francesca staying with us for me.
So there are a few complications here, one of them being that we've lost members of our group due to the fact that wardens weren't so discerning when accepting members.
Yeah.
And that's sort of a problem. And the other slight hitch is, well, we all know the slight hitch with Francesca.
Well, I thought we were going to keep it simple. Aren't we just going to sell her as her golem? And as for a suggestion, we can just say that he considering recruitment, and we can mention that he helped out, but I don't know. Don't remember the exact protocols or what it is now that they have new people do.
Well, you know, we spoke of things when we were walking, if you recall, Rodriga. Persephone's like uncomfortably like messing with the collar of her shirt, kind of like, you know, trying to not be rude, but also basically just like trying to jog her memory about maybe we don't trust people so easily.
Well, I mean, Fred is thinking really hard back on what conversation they had, which one in particular, thinking over many conversations that they had throughout their
I just
mission.
maybe when we meet the legatus, we just meet the legatus as wardens.
Right, but they don't need to be here. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they.
Yeah.
Right.
My thoughts exactly. I think it should just be here in group at that briefing. I mean, it doesn't hurt to say that maybe we're considering
Oh,
them.
yeah, no, I wasn't considering taking them along. That's what I meant by keeping it simple. They
Yeah.
don't need to stick around for that, but we can mention them.
Yeah.
I mean, they have obviously seen them come in, so it's not like we can lie about it either. You know, just saying.
Yeah.
No.
So, are we in agreement with that then? Wait, what?
Mhm.
What?
Yes, that I was, you know, Persephone looks very relieved. It's just like, okay, I understand now. This is all fine with me.
Yeah, I think we can discuss them joining or not joining afterwards, and we could definitely give the legatus a heads up that you know, they ended up tagging along maybe and maybe helped us. That's the only thing I really wanted to kind of agree on. I mean, are we just they're here now, so I mean, are we gonna leave them out of the report, or are we gonna at least say they contributed somewhat?
I don't plan on lying about anything. I mean, I did not be totally honest about Francesca, but that's
Okay. Want to be on the same page, so
I think that's a good solution. Well, or at least the best one we have at the moment.
yeah. So
Do you think we should be totally honest?
No. Well,
No,
yes. No.
kind of.
Yes.
I'm gonna look over to
Maybe.
I'm gonna look over to Mistress Hayes and just like kind of eye her up and down. Maybe. I don't know where that would lead her.
I think we should keep things simple. If questions are brought up, then we can answer honestly, but if we don't delve too deep, I don't think they're going to hopefully budge. I don't. And she's like, I guess she's like soothing herself. She's like, she has her arms crossed and she's kind of like running her fingers across her arm, but she's like making an effort to not look at Francesca. And she's just kind of like her eyes as she's talking, just shooting to everyone else, kind of like, okay, well, okay, yeah. Fred still feels a little bit weird, I would say, but still acclimating, getting used to it. We probably shouldn't keep the legatus waiting too long. So I think if we can just say, uh, honestly, that's your golem, Persephone. You choose how you discuss that.
I do have a slight concern with that though.
So not a golem. What's your concern?
If there are other wardens that have a similar attunement that you have, being able to sense fiends or undead like you, we might be put in a rather interesting situation carrying a undead through town. I don't know where. Like, yes, we know she isn't harmful, but I'm concerned what they'll try to do to her. Um,
Well, if I were you guys, I mean, I wouldn't let anything happen to Francesca. I mean, she's been
of course
traveling
not.
with you guys. So, I mean,
No, I'm not saying we like
What are you talking
send
about?
her in.
It we're not trying to harm her. We're just saying that
No,
others might. Like it's not
of course. I know I
yeah.
haven't really gotten on the best foot with Smokey, but it's I mean no harm, and I'm a little concerned that they see her, sense her, and then just jump on her, all the workers. That's not um, preferable, and I would also like to avoid another 2 months of briefing and interrogations and no more paperwork.
yeah, I could see how this could
so.
become.
We just tell the legatus then. That's what we're doing. Okay, we'll do that.
I think
I,
so.
I think that's the best course of action because this could become very problematic very fast, and
Yeah,
I think it's better if we yeah, just kind of put it out there for what Francesca is, and I mean maybe things will work out.
and worst comes to worst, maybe Persephone has some sort of like instead of a golem, it's like a undead servant of some sort. I don't know.
That's so much better.
No.
The
it
point is,
will. I
Look,
think it's just
let's
better
just
to be
leave her as a
truthful.
golem and not bring it up at all for right now. Is that okay with you, Francesca?
Right.
I can
Okay.
stand quietly. You know I am good at keeping my mouth shut.
So I've
Ah,
already taken her to meet the other one. The you know, the, it's
The other one.
The other one?
We went to the workshop with Gwendolyn and spent quite a lot of time there and sold Gwendolyn on the idea that Francesca is a golem. So since she
Oh.
actually has a golem, it's a little bit, it's covered a bit, you know.
Okay. Well, I guess we gotta run with that now. But yeah, she can just stay here. She doesn't have to go in with us anyway, so shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we keep them here or send them back to
Uh,
our room?
we can keep them in our quarters for now. Yeah. Let's just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just make sure that we at least reported what happened, and we at least have to mention suggestion. I mean, and just go from there. Keep it simple. Let's keep Francesca a golem for now.
For now.
Yeah. That good with you, Persephone?
Persephone.
The less information needed to give, perhaps the better.
You know, if you had asked me a few weeks ago, a few months ago, however long it's been, I probably would have disagreed with you. But sometimes I think simple is best. And Fred's going to get ready to head out the room.
All right.
You mean not mentioning her at all to the legatus?
Listen, she's my
just
golem. You
shrugs.
don't
My
need
lady.
to talk about her.
Yeah.
She isn't a her. It's an it, as far as you're concerned. It's simple and that's it. Do you understand? No offense to you. I understand that you are a person.
Right, of course. Yeah.
All right. Then we're good to head out then. Everybody's on the same page. Suggestion. We're vetting him and seeing if he's wants to be a warden. Francesca, not gonna mention, she's just a golem. And as far as we're concerned, she's just an extension of Persephone's abilities. So that's it for now.
All right.
If it would make your job easier, you could say I am interested in joining the Wardens.
You are?
If it will make your job easier.
Oh.
So are you?
He is. He's just doubting.
I mean, can you blame me?
Well, what is
That's a
there
little
to doubt?
insulting.
All right, I think we've.
Um,
Yeah? Go ahead.
no, nothing. If it's easier, I can wait here or outside. I can make myself scarce.
All right. Let's head on over to the legatus then.
Okay.
Everybody else.
So, Bishop, Frederica Persephone, Ezekiel Melody, the five of you head towards the legatus, leaving Shakestian and Francesca behind. You close the door behind you, whoever the last one is out. And as you hear the retreating sounds of their footfalls, Shakestian, Francesca, is there anything you want to do as the rest are reporting to the legatus, whoever that may be? Seems like an important guy from the way they talk about him. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really go outside, so I think I'm just gonna do like my 4 hours of, or like some of my inanimation, however long it takes them, just like kind
Gotcha.
of rest for a little while because I'm supposed to just be kind of Persephone's little pal. So without direction, I'm just a sleepy fella.
Right here. Well, I mean, you um could follow me for a bit.
Do you suppose they would not find that suspicious? I mean, am I commanded to listen to you? How do golems work? I do not really understand this whole golem term. I have just been listening to Persephone, and she seems to know what she's doing.
I'm sure it will be quite fine.
Very well.
Unless
Where
you
do you?
want to sit here.
Well, where do you want to go? Let me decide if it sounds more interesting than sitting here.
Well, simply just. Hmm.
Are you a people watcher? Suggestion. Be honest.
I can be.
Perhaps we should go watch people, understand who these wardens are before we officially or unofficially join them.
That sounds like a lovely idea.
Leads the way. You seem like the master of spy work.
Do I look like some spy?
Someone who hides their face certainly is not up to good.
Subjective, I believe.
I suppose. I am not judging. You have done me no wrong yet. It is helpful to have a spy, whether he admits it or not, on your side.
All right then. Let's go people watch.
Uh-huh.
All right. Yeah.
So, you staying within the fortress, or are you going
Yeah.
to leave it? Okay. So heading like to the main like sort of public courtyard area, or you go to other places. There are many different hallways leading to many different rooms that you don't know where exactly they lead.
I think he's a play it by ear kind of guy.
No, so
Or
Yeah,
just
play it by
we're gonna look
sight.
Hmm?
for someone interesting, and then once we find someone interesting, maybe we like shadow them from a distance, you know?
All right. So I suppose make insight checks for interesting people.
All right. Okay. If my sheet would load any slower, that would be grand.
Say.
Insight.
Okay.
I got a 14.
Okay. So sitting out in the open for a bit on a nearby bench, watching, overlooking the, from your perspective, you can see where the quartermaster area is. All of the goods are being brought in and sorted and distributed to the various people who need them. You can see the outdoor uh, sort of mess hall where the food is. It's just a large open tent with many different tables and chairs set up, food being grabbed and consumed as well as drink. It seems like what looks like watered down ale or water seem to be the choices. and the training grounds as well, where wardens face off against one another and spar. As you're looking around, you don't necessarily see anything too particularly exciting. One individual, you hear a voice speak out, sort of cutting through the rest. You can tell it's a sort of boisterous, sort of boisterous voice. It seems like it's you track it down to a man with a brown hair just starting to go silver in places, and it looks like he's maybe the de facto leader of one of these warden groups that are walking through the field. The way that they look around and gaze up towards the tall walls that surround the interior of the fortress, it seems like they are here for either the first time or they haven't been here long. The man carries a sword on one hip and what appears to be a long leather whip on the other. What did I tell you? Eventually, we kept our noses down. We did good work. We'd be called to Pomona. Now here we are. We're moving up, and it's good to finally get recognized. But this is only the first step in our journey, of course. Now that we're here, we just have to keep proving ourselves. Is that food I smell? Let's go grab a drink. It's on me. And then a tiefling man that's following behind twirls a dagger as he stares at him. It's like, I'm pretty sure they don't charge us for food and drink here, but that's generous of you, as always, Captain. And continues to follow. You see there's a group of maybe about 4 or 5, it seems. A human man, a tiefling, a human woman that seems fairly elegant and put together, carrying some small instrument on her back, and a sturdy dwarven woman with a mace and shield all walk past you on the way to that mess area. And you look around, it seems like there's a diverse cast of characters here in the Wardens. It doesn't seem like anything matters other than the drive and desire to kill fiends. And as you expect and think that might be the most interesting thing, which is a little bit of a letdown perhaps, a small flicker of light catches the corner of your eyes, each of you. You look over to a tall tree sort of off-center near where these training grounds are taking place, or are located. And you see on the bark of the tree, almost phasing through it, is a small, looks like a butterfly made of flittering embers. Soon after, another appears, and then another, until they merge together, forming this ovular shape and this bright white heat emanating from the center of the tree. A portal, and stepping through is an elf with wild reddish-brown hair, and as he steps through, the portal behind him dissipates in a shower of sparks and light as the flaming butterflies flit around him and disappear. As if nothing happened, as if it's nothing unusual, strides forward, as if he's familiar with the place and has a destination and a place to be.
I'm just gonna kind of like look at Suggestion and be like, what do you make of that? Hmm?
As interesting as we're probably going to find.
Well, lead the way, Spy Master.
Mm. Um, I will casually, as best as I can, trail this person. These people. This two.
It's one person.
One person? One person. Okay.
The one that came. If you're
butterfly
going after the one that
man.
came through the tree, or you're
Yes, the
went to go
butterfly
eat.
man.
Butterfly man is flying solo at the moment.
All right, butterfly man.
All right, he seems to be heading away from the training grounds and into the interior of the fortress itself.
Yeesh.
Yes, which does involve him walking past a couple wardens that are stationed at some wooden doors.
Perhaps.
He walks by them, and the doors shut behind. You guys stop maybe about 20, 30 feet from where you had been just kind of casually strolling behind him, and now you have the decision to make.
Perhaps better to not.
Yes, should we have to do the talking, it would be all on you.
I don't mind talking. I don't think it's a good idea just yet to, yes, reveal everything, especially if I'm not a warden yet.
Yes, I will commit this man's face to my memory, so if we encounter him again, my eyes will be peeled. Well, what's left of them will be peeled.
Figuratively speaking.
You know, let's try something else.
Oh?
So, Francesca, I have something perhaps I can offer you.
Yes, a suspicious man. What is your offer?
You mentioned, I believe, you don't recall anything.
Indeed. Very little.
What if I had a way, perhaps, to peer into your mind?
I would say that is a strange way of flirting with someone.
Uh, just. Yeah, it's not. I mean, would you like to remember?
Sometimes I would like to remember, but sometimes what I do remember is terrifying, and I don't know if knowing more would be good or not, you know?
Knowing more is always good.
Perhaps in your case? Maybe there are things that are better to be left behind. But sometimes knowing would be nice, you know? With this name situation.
Well, if
How
you
does
are.
it work? Do you see it all at once, or does it come in small bits? Can we just see what happens and not go too deep in case?
Yes, we can try it like that if you prefer. Doesn't have to all be at once.
Then I would be willing to perhaps see what my past has to reveal to me.
All right. I want to use detect thoughts.
Okay. So you get access to, I said, the surface thoughts, which to be expected are ones of curiosity and sort of maybe like sort of cautious optimism, hesitancy, sort of skepticism, lots of different small emotions flitting around the idea of unlocking these memories that she's lost. Francesca, you're not presently aware of anything. You see him weave the magic and cast the spell, but at this point in time, I don't believe that there's any checks or anything to be made about the surface level of detect thoughts.
Are you doing it, or is this sign language for something?
I'm not getting very much out of you. I
What a very
suppose if you
polite
could.
way of saying I am dumb.
No, 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 no. I would not be presumptuous. Um, Perhaps if you let your guard down, just a bit, I can
I
look a
can
bit further.
try. I don't know how to let one's guard down in your head, but
I think you'll know when you feel it.
I hesitate to ask the question. It is the wording of the spell, but due to the nature of this conversation and how you guys have framed this. So,
Yeah.
Shakestian, do you wish to probe deeper?
Yes.
Okay. So, you're not sure, as you said, what it would feel like, what it would mean to let down one's mental defenses, what it would feel. But then you suddenly feel this sort of like an internal pressure within your head pressing onto not a physical pressure, but a mental one into your psyche, just behind the glowing orbs that make up your eyes. And you have the instinctual urge to push back, to resist this intrusion, but you have the option, should you wish, to willingly fail your saving throw and allow him to do so.
um,
Or at
I
the
think
at this
that
strange feeling, you can choose to make the saving throw if you have second thoughts about it.
I think that she'd let him do it. I mean, she hasn't really met many people, and these people have been very kind to her. So she's like, "Why not? Fuck it. What's the worst that happens? He sees my secrets. Oh no, this man barely speaks.
Yes.
I ain't worried."
All right. And as you probe deeper, these images flash before you, and it's very clear. You may have done this before, Shakestian, and it hasn't been this clear before. And that might be a result of the fact that there's not a whole lot of history backing these memories, these thoughts that she has. So when the topic of her history and her past is brought up, there's really only one memory, one scene, one thing that has stuck with her, and it is vivid. Whereas otherwise, you might have had to sift and probe and pry through a variety of mixed and muddled thoughts. This almost staggers you at the clarity as you essentially experience and envision those dreams that she had of the only memory she has of what happened before she had awoken, of the moments leading up to presumably her death, including the sound of someone's voice calling out to Francesca.
Hmm. Well, I see where you got your name.
If it is even mine.
Hmm. Yes. Would be one way to interpret it.
So I'm guessing you did not get very far. That did not take long.
Unfortunately, it Didn't give me much.
Fortunately, detect thoughts is pretty reliant on the actual thoughts
Having
of
thoughts.
the target. Yes.
Well, do you have nightmares often?
I suppose you could say I only have nightmares.
That sounds terrible.
I do hope I have not spread them to you. If it is what I am thinking, it is quite a traumatic event.
It's all right. I've seen worse.
It's saying something.
Perhaps you and I are more alike than we think.
Well, as the stray animals of the group, it is appropriate we get along.
Well, let's not stray too far from the rest of the group. I imagine they'll be out soon enough.
At this point, a pair of wardens are approaching the two of you. And as you kind of notice their approach, as they get to 20, maybe 25 feet away, it's clear they make eye contact, heading pretty much directly towards you. However, we'll get to that in a moment, as the rest of you make your way into the legatus's office. Standing there near him are a couple other wardens, and they are currently going over what seem to be. You overhear the tail end of a conversation that ends as you enter. They're passing on reports. It seems like the amount of warden groups out in the field now is more than just the legatus himself can manage, basically. So these ones are giving reports that other groups that are currently dispatched on missions have reported in via their sending stones and keeping the legatus up to date. Kieran, it's good to see you. He gives a nod to Bishop and very good. I was hoping that you would have brought Melody along as well. Before we get into this, unless there are objections, I do believe that it would make most sense to slot her back in with Kidding Group going forward, as she was part of the now retired Phoenix.
Melody just gives like a slight wave and she tells the legators, not a problem at all. I'm happy to be back.
Stephanie noticeably bites her lower lip.
Right. Very well then. One of the nearby wardens, Gatus, do you wish for us to stick around for this, or no? It should not be that long, and afterwards, please just stand by. Close the doors behind you, and well, let's get into this. I heard briefly of what went on with your mission. I've heard back from Scorpion Group, and you'll be glad to know that they finished the escort mission with no problems. And front lines are certainly grateful for your part in that. Now, on to the second part of your mission. This creature that you had found, slayed, and I presume brought back pieces of. Anything that you did not already report that you feel is of important information?
Yeah, there's just a few things. Of course, just to recap, yeah, we found that abyssal bullet and we slayed it. Of course, we brought back samples to be examined. We also did end up destroying that temple. As
Nice.
instructed.
Very good.
Now while we were on our journey, we also did pick up someone that decided to tag along, someone that was part of the convoy, and seemingly a merchant, but thought he could offer
Oh,
his service.
one of ours.
Oh, someone that seemed interested in perhaps being a warden themselves. How they did prove themselves quite useful and were pretty handy in a fight. Name's Suggestion. Now, we didn't bring him here today because he's not formally a warden yet, but thought we should mention it. He's
Well,
been
not
playing with the
here,
idea.
but
Yeah.
you brought him into the fortress, from what I to understand.
That's right.
So I would assume then that each of you then, have no questions as to the character or intent of this person and fully trust him then?
For me personally, it's still too soon. He seems trustworthy so far, but I mean, we just know him for this journey, so it's a little too soon to say. But so far, I think he'd be good on a provisional basis at least. Or at
And
least a
where is he
trial.
now?
Currently waiting. Should be waiting out our quarters.
Should be.
Yeah.
So you bring someone in to Arx Bellator, our center of intelligence, our base of operations, and you don't fully trust this person, yet you leave them unattended.
Well, trustworthy enough.
We trust him.
Yeah.
We trust him enough with our lives, though we don't know the extent to everything with him, but he's proven himself, and I do believe he would be a valuable asset. It was during our journeys that I was attempting to scout people into the wardens, and she kind of just like scratches the back of her neck nervously. But that's besides the point. He is trustworthy, and I don't believe he's going to do anything. We just weren't sure if it was a good idea to also bring him here. I think this is a bit more confidential in that matter. But yes, if your question is...
And I do appreciate the efforts to bolster our ranks, of course, and shows you're at least dedicated. That does not go unnoticed. However, and just because you don't mean to involve them in confidential briefings does not mean that you should leave these people alone. As you said, they're not wardens, and as I would hope, you do not fully trust these individuals, especially after all of the events that led to the changes that needed to take place. We've had individuals that were full-fledged wardens, individuals that fought alongside us, that fought and bled against the fiends that ended up deserting or betraying us.
We've also
But-
worked with... We've also worked with wardens who also ended up being on the shorter end of the stick, so we are a bit familiar, but correct, we wouldn't have brought them here if we weren't trustworthy enough. Not blindly, as you mentioned, but I do think that he'll be a valuable asset.
He nods and then looks to the other two wardens who are currently in the room.
I do have a question. With the changes that have been implemented, how does one go about joining? So to say, if there's any changes in when we join versus now, do they have to like pass a series of tests? We could also have this conversation at the end of them. Just curious. So I know to be more responsible when recruiting. Not that I haven't been responsible recruiting.
And can breathe, Frederica.
Right.
Well, we're not the Republic. This is not the army, the military. No one is obligated to be a warden. and our processes are still similar to what they were before, though the individuals that we put in charge of such processes are, well, we've been much more selective in that regard. We can't necessarily afford to be too picky, restrictive with who we bring in, but what we can do is ensure that those that we bring in, whether if they are simply adventurers, mercenaries, for, let's say, less than strictly the purposes of ridding this world of the blight of the fiends, we can control their access to knowledge and specific missions, and instead only put those like you and others in more sensitive and dire situations, as unfortunate as it is. It is the case. However, the two of you, their perspectives should be being watched. Go out and speak with the perimeter guard. They should be keeping an eye on them. When you find them, escort them here, please. And the two wardens that were in there with him nod and move past you and head out. Now, there was another, not just this suggestion, though I'm not sure which one you're referring to when you speak a name, but you were accompanied by two other individuals, as far as I'm aware.
Fred's gonna just turn her head and look at Persephone.
Um,
Persephone is going to look at the legators straight in the eye and be like, no, mm-mm. What I mean to say is suggestion saved the whole caravan, really, because the Abyssal Boulet, being enormous as it was quite impressed to have, it have been missed, but he frightened it somehow. It ran away from the caravan, and it could have been totally lost very easily, everything, because of the size of this creature and, the makeup of a caravan. It would be very difficult to defend, such a large, so suggestion was very vital in making sure that the caravan was fine, and I just think that credit is due to him for that at least. And I mean, it was whatever his motivations or personhood is, that was very good.
Quite
Persephone's
the
blushing a lot now.
It's quite the high praise, and um,
yeah, and the other individual ain't really an individual. It's a somewhat autonomous golem. Something Persephone was tinkering with. It directly follows her.
oh, that's
Because my little
interesting,
heaven,
Persephone.
like to talk.
Yes. As far as I'm aware, you did not leave Pomona with a golem. Some short few weeks ago, when you left on this mission.
Well, I had a suit of armor that I've been modifying quite a lot, before, if you remember.
And that has, well, I believe I'm aware, yes. That was is your now golem, your old piece of armor.
Yeah, with some new bits of things that I've been. It's really a lot of experimentation. It's nothing concrete.
We named him after our sister because we miss her a lot.
Persephone, can you make a deception check?
No,
No.
no, no.
No,
It's okay,
don't do
Persephone.
this
You
to me.
got this. I'm feeling inspired by your life.
She's just going over there, standing behind Persephone, massaging her. got this, Persephone. You
Ezekiel puts one hand on her shoulder. By the power of
L-I-E,
Hallelujah.
lie, L-I-E, lie.
And I think I heard that magical inspire word coming from Melody
Yeah.
too. Look at that.
Persephone, don't give up and lie. And I
Yeah,
secretly
both-
inspire
both-
her.
That's crazy.
The visuals for this scene are Ezekiel and Melody pulling out pom poms and making the shapes of L-I-E over and over
Right
again.
behind Persephone, cheering her on.
It's like an inspirational two notes just fly around her. Can I inspire her?
No, I'm not going to.
You're
You
not
can.
guiding her.
I'm
You're not a
You're
bard. What? I'm not going.
Yeah.
What?
He's not guiding her.
No, I'm not guiding her. Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
giving her.
Oh,
That's why I'm
Well-
saying I'm not going to. Is I'm backing out of the bit.
well, I want to inspire her to do good and
Oh my
better in
God.
lying.
How would you inspire her in the context of this scene and conversation?
Isn't there like a verbal component to bardic inspiration?
I'm wondering,
Yeah.
what is she going to say or do that could inspire Persephone to better lie in this situation?
Can I be right behind her and like just like whisper to her ear, arm on, hand on her shoulder, softly massaging it a little bit, just a little bit, and just say, "It's okay, Persephone, you got this. Don't be afraid."
Are those
That's
You know what's
suspicious
dissonant
at
by
all.
chance?
Are they dissonant? Persephone just starts
Okay.
running away.
No, don't run away.
Alright. As blatantly suspicious as you are, seemingly hyping up your friend here to tell the truth in a what should be a fairly mundane situation. Sure. You go ahead and take your bardic inspiration, Persephone. I believe that's a D8 still. I don't think it's changed. Is it a D10 yet?
It's a D8. Yeah.
All right. So, please make that deception check, Persephone.
It's an 18.
An 18. Right. Well, let me go ahead and make an insight check for the legatus.
That's a 37.
Well, that's a natural 40. Interesting.
Oh, because
Well, that's remarkable work there, Persephone. So, if this other entity that you brought with you is your golem, that's must have been one amazing help during your mission. How did it perform?
I was a bit nervous about testing. It really wasn't all that complete until we were heading back. It took a lot of time to, anytime we had a moment to rest, I was, working on it, but not bad. You know, um,
He's nodding as you're saying this. Very good. Very good. That's certainly exciting. After seeing the work that Gwendolyn's done and witnessing her iron golem firsthand, I'm convinced that they are a massive, massive boon on our
oh
side.
my gosh, she has
Um,
an arm trebuchet. Have you seen that? That's amazing. It's so cool.
Honest, I don't go around there often. But I suppose that will pretty much do it. I don't think I have any more questions. Just make sure those parts get to where they need to be. And if you don't mind hanging around for a while, is we're going to bring Sakestian and, well, I suppose your golem wouldn't be walking around with him, so probably didn't need to tell them to go ahead and bring in those two, but
Oh, I kind of sent it to escort. Sorry.
I
If
see.
I mean, if they're not, it should be there, wherever, in the room.
In the room, yes. Well, very well. While we wait, then, I just have one question. If one of these entities was your golem, then that must mean that the Sakestian character is the undead we detected. Yes?
Nope, that's the golem.
Yeah,
Raises an eyebrow.
it's. I mean, you could. We kind of talked about it a little bit, right? I mean, you have this thing with your ability to pull slivers, right?
I do,
And
but
that
it
was.
it's a undead. It's an undead person we found, and they seem like maybe they would help the cause, but I don't know how we feel about that, and thus I figured if they're willing to help us fight fiends, which they are, it would be worthwhile to help take all of the help that we can get.
Yeah. Besides, it's not like it committed any war crimes that we know of.
He
I
holds
mean,
up his hand.
Oh.
You. Everyone here is, in some capacity, a citizen of the Republic. And so I believe that you would have at least some knowledge of the laws surrounding the taboo nature of such creatures.
I didn't create this. It was found after we defeated the Abyssal
Even
Blade
so,
in its lair.
its existence
She's
is still
intelligent
taboo.
and speaks, and yes, I understand, and that's
He
why
nods again, and
she is fully coherent, and I was not expecting that. Doesn't have memories, doesn't know where she's from, but she is intelligent, and she doesn't
we're
attack
the
people.
Wardens.
Of course.
We're here to kill fiends, to drive back the blood war. I'm just glad that our ambassador friend was not sitting in on this.
She's
I
my
don't
good.
care. Undead, lizard folk, giant, whatever you may be. If one's objective is to kill fiends, they can prove in some regard, and they can prove their trustworthiness. I do not care. I have one objective. We may run this like a military institution, and many of us may have been part of the Republican Army, but don't get it mixed up. We are not them. So what I need is to be able to trust you. Do you understand that? Glances to each of you.
Understood.
Melody just nods.
Persephone nods solemnly as well.
Yes, sir.
So, for all intents and purposes, this undead, should it be decided that it is allowed to act as a warden amongst you, the story will go that it is, in fact, your golem, Persephone, and I would recommend, at the very least, minimizing the time that you keep it around Ox Bellatorus, if at all possible, just to avoid any potential complications. As one of you starts to respond, the doors open up behind you, and you half turn, expecting to see, the wardens returning with Shakestian and Francesca, but instead you see different individuals. One of them, someone you're all familiar with, your friend, the ambassador, the one who represents the Republic of Kia in working with the Wardens, since this fortress and a lot of the resources that the Wardens use is being overseen by the government. The Wardens are a rapidly growing, powerful entity, and as such, they want to make sure that they want to make sure that Pax Invictus stays in control of the country once all is said and done, of course. Another individual, a human man, tall, maybe about early 50s or so. He has clean cropped brown hair that falls just below the ear line, and he's dressed fairly sharply. Some of you recognize it as, or would attribute it to, what seems to be he's dressed like a well put together, like high end servant is what his attire strikes. And the reason he looks like that is because, well, he is, and a couple of you recognize him. Persephone, Frederica. This is Antony, the head servant of the small group of about 5 that cared for, or as far as you know, cares for your family's estate in Concordia. The ambassador speaks up. Legatus, hope you don't mind the intrusion. Well, we were actually in the middle of a briefing. Well, I'm sorry, this is going to have to take precedence. You see, we have a word here, a message from the newly elected Consul Leroux. I'm sorry, you're going to have to forgive me for not staying up to date with the politics of Pax Invictus. Of course. Well, one of the previous consuls was caught in an unfortunate accident while traveling. His group beset upon by some daemons that seemed to come out of nowhere. So a hasty election was put together, and former senator got promoted to the position. This gentleman here is the head servant of that man's family, and he's been sent here by the estate for, well, as luck would have it, 2 of your wardens who happen to be right here. Turn back, and Antony gives the 2 of you a small bow of the head respectfully towards Frederica and Persephone.
Persephone smiles at him.
Fred is confused. She whiplashes her head and looks at Persephone. What?
Seems father's had a promotion.
Oh.
Legatus, sir, if I may borrow Persephone and Frederica.
Is it so
Well,
important
Legatus.
to be interrupted?
Sorry, madam, but your mother, she made it pretty urgent. Might I remind you, Legatus, sir, this man is sent as a representative of a consul. Very well, Legatus says, a little bit of a scowl forming at the corner of his lips. When you're done, well, please rejoin us. Nods to the sisters.
Fred's visibly annoyed. Then let's make it quick.
So you follow out of the room. Antony and the ambassador. Antony turns and holds up a gloved hand towards the ambassador. Thank you, sir, but you can take it from here. Your hospitality has been much appreciated. And looking a bit flustered, a bit put off, and just kind of nods, and the ambassador closes the door, closes himself in the room with the rest of Kirin group and the legatus, as now the three of you are standing out, and you follow a bit of way further down the hall. The man that the two of you had grown up, the head servant of the estate, and as you had learned and been told by your father, and even stories coming from Antony himself, one of your dad's best friends growing up, though he never did truly have the acumen for politics and politicking like your father did, or even your mother for that matter. But still, when he needed someone who he knew he could trust, who he knew he could confide in, who he knew he could go to for honest, sincere advice and real talk, that was this man here. Madam, he says as he turns to you. I must say, first off, it's nice to see you. Not only still alive, but looking well.
It is so good to see you. I, you know, didn't realize. Um, it's been so long.
It has.
Fred, for a moment, clings like her hand towards Persephone's arm before keeping the distance between them again. I didn't mean to sound so rude. It's just, it was an important meeting to have.
I apologize. Then I shall make this brief so that you may return to it. First off, wish to relay the gratitude and elation that your mother had upon receiving your letters, Frederica. And you definitely recognize the way that, you can't imagine your mother responding with gratitude and elation to pretty much anything. So you do recognize that he's definitely making the words a bit honey. He's definitely spicing up or upselling it, most likely. You've seen him speak like this before.
If you know to be anything, it's to be honest with us.
I suppose so. You're right. Of course, you're right. Well, once she calmed down, she did genuinely seem at least some relieved to know that the two of you, at least at the time, still live. And it wasn't long after that, well, I was set about the task of, I will be straightforward, um, bringing you two home. Especially with the recent appointment of your father to consul.
That's just
No.
Papa. He's got a promotion and been appointed, but what does it have exactly to do with us?
Uh, I, of course, cannot force you, he says, looking at you as he goes between glancing at you and his bag and takes out a letter sealed with the crest of your family.
I imagine no is not an option to them. So, what are the consequences of saying no?
Um, I was not made aware of any consequences. I was not sent with threats or an ultimatum, madame. Just a word from the lady of the house. She seemed to think 'twould be enough.
May I?
Of course, it is for the two of you. You open it, and it is a letter. Your mother, very formally worded, that you can pretty much hear the tone of voice, the strictness, and there are times when even reading it, you have to steel yourself and remember that she's not actually here. You don't have to stand up a bit straighter or watch your breathing or your posture. But it is essentially, as he said, a letter from your mother, more or less in her own special way, demanding the two of you come.
Uh, do you know if our father also wants this? I don't. Not that it really changes. No,
Well,
we
that's
can't.
that letter was penned by both of your parents together, and he said, "But, however," he gives a little bit of a sly smile. Before I left, this was after your father had been named consul. He returned to Concordia for a time, but before I left to come here, he handed me this, and he takes out from his pocket just a small square folded piece of parchment. No seal, no formal anything, just a crumpled little note.
And Papa, and Persephone kind of like motions to take it from.
He hands it, and you open it up, unfolding it 3, 4 times. The ink seems a little smudged, but still legible. You read it, and as you do, Frederica, you kind of peer over your sister's shoulders to read it as well. It reads, "Hello, girls. It's my understanding that you have followed in the footsteps of your sister and have decided to rise to the call of the Rift Wardens. Your mother would have sent you a letter, and hopefully, if Anthony has done as I requested, you would have read that first. She cares about the two of you and loves you deeply, and I pray to the gods that you understand that despite the way she may come off at times. I cannot say that I fully share in her way of thought, though I can't say that I fully disagree with it either. You weren't there when we had the funeral for Francesca. Not even a body to put in the ground. And so, all I ask is that if you are set to do this, it's because you are following your own will, your own hearts, and not because you're following in the footsteps of your sister. With love, Papa.
Stephanie's eyes are welling up with tears, and she's like, "Fred, do you want to?" And she kind of like turns to hand the note to her.
Frederica's gonna offer like her hand like towards Persephone's back and kind of just pat her in a comforting motion while she takes the small, or I guess the letter, and rereads it, rolls her eyes in certain parts. Her eyes at some point would scan over the bit where he mentioned that she does care, I guess, in her own way. She, for some reason, she doesn't get emotional reading the letter. She sees that her sister is obviously tearing up, so she's going to continue comforting her. But she also can't speak. Something like maybe she's got something stuck in her throat, maybe like a ball or something.
So are you? I mean, which is it for you? Because I know I started out just following her, you know, and I don't think it's that anymore.
For me, I think it was a bit different. It was more about my freedom. But I am doing this for me. And not just that. I had a funeral for her, but I want to bring her back home. And I will. We will. That means you too, of course. I'm not going to get yelled at by myself.
The
course we're
three of
going to
you
fight.
share a laugh. As much as you've changed. Seems like some things don't. And he gets cut off by the sound of footfalls approaching you from behind as you see the two wardens that were initially in the office approaching, escorting the two of you, Francesca and Sarkestian, with sort of prominent in the center, the quote-unquote golem.
I'm going to pull them both into a hug. A nice big hug. I'm ignoring everything else.
Anthony's initially taken aback, and you see there's a fraction of a seems to be wanting to commit to maintaining the decorum, and but allows himself to fall into the embrace, and the three of you share a hug as well. The other four who are walking up the hall now. Approach. Well, madams, I will wait at the gate for you to complete your meeting, and, well, though I can assume your response, you can give it to me formally then. As I said, I don't think even if I wanted to, I could force you to come along, so give you time if you wish to craft a response, and perhaps a letter back to your mother and or father. He gives a little small smile and turns, bowing as he maneuvers around the other four that are walking down the hall.
Wait, there's
Mhm.
as she's speaking, she noticed Persephone was going to say something, so she kind of looks at her and allows her to speak first.
No, I was just going to say, Anthony, thank you.
I'm just doing my duty, madame.
One thing though, the area itself. I know that the Bloodlands have gotten worse, but how is our home? How's the area?
It has indeed gotten worse. The fences around the line have more or less been consolidated around Pax Invictus and Concordia. They've nearly become pockets, not completely surrounded, but it's difficult to maintain wide swaths of ground. For now, they hold quite well. What I understand, they are meant to be points from which perhaps counterattacks are staged. If all goes well, the point at the line begins to be pushed back as well. It's, well, there are towns that were as near as 2 days' travel north of our home that no longer stand. But Concordia itself holds firm. It is a wretched time in which we live, and, well, I am sure this is for better or worse. Well, certainly for worse. Not the future that neither your mother or father had intended for you, nor the one that I had seen in your potentials. Though that does not mean you are not living up to them. I'll be at the gate. And he nods and continues to walk, his footsteps disappearing.
Do you need a moment, Persephone, before we head back?
No, it's fine. I'm just, leaking a bit.
Well, Fred's gonna try to reach for her back for her cape, but then she realized she gave her cape away, so she doesn't have a cape. She has nothing to help her wipe her tears away. So then she takes off her little jacket thing and then offers that to Persephone to wipe her tears. Here you go.
It's okay. It's just, sorry. It's
Your cape billows on the back of Francesca.
But if you do want to go back, I'd understand. Do
I
you want to go back? I'm just curious.
I don't. I. I don't know. I hadn't thought about it at all, really.
It's kind of weird. I every day I've never wanted to go back. But having that option in front of me, maybe I am crazy. Maybe the Bloodlands are making us crazy. But I would be lying to say I didn't want to at least consider it a moment either. Just to show them how much we've grown and changed.
I
I
mean,
don't know if time has made them more kind to my memory, but I don't know.
we both read that letter. Mother is still exactly as she's always
Yeah.
been.
But I don't think it's scary, is what I'm saying.
Oh no, not compared to everything else we've seen.
Can you imagine when she got my letter? She must have been red like a tomato, kind of angry. But you know how she is. She doesn't
What did
really
you even
act out
say?
on that.
'Cause he
Probably
really,
nothing.
really laid that on thick. She was elated. Mother, elated.
I'm telling you, it's the Bloodlands. And he's he's like what now? A counselor?
Console.
Console. It's
Counselor.
God,
no.
she's
Same
a
difference,
counselor.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
he's a therapist now.
It's all the same to me. You could be this, you could be that. He's
Well,
got a
yeah,
fancy title, counselor. LaRue.
console. Yes. And it was enough to, you know, get this annoying guy who's been sitting in on our meetings to obey him. So, pretty good, you know.
I would make mother correct. The people you know. Something like that, right? Ooh, maybe we can use that to
Yeah,
our advantage.
So,
exactly.
Disadvantage, I don't know.
can you make a history check, either or both of you, to see if you can recall anything about your studies and how the
Oh
government in the
shit.
country that you live in operates and works?
On Watermill.
Let's
The
see.
rodents are in
So we got.
charge.
I don't know. I know that there are senators, and that above them is like I guess the
I
king.
don't
Do
know,
we
they
have a
make
king?
decisions.
Do we use a
Do we
king? I
have a
don't know.
king? King LaRue. That's what
King
I
LaRue.
understood.
That's yeah.
Well, that's a 20
All right,
on that.
roll.
20 total. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a
And what about
7.
Frederick?
Lore accurate.
7. All right. So uh, you know, God Emperor LaRue, as far as you know, either that or just he's been, I guess, demoted to, a therapist, counselor. He provides counsel. But however, Persephone, she's not far off technically, not in the counselor part, but the consuls are typically um elected officials that there's basically two of them that head over the Senate of the Republic. And they basically act as, well, like the highest ranking official, basically like co-presidents, you can think of it. However, it seems like this was a unique situation as there was not a public election held, and he was more chosen, appointed to the position of one of these two consuls. Which, makes sense as to why, especially now, probably definitely before, but especially now, your mother showed great interest in bringing you home.
To be considered.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now, with that done, the four of you could re-enter the Legatus's chamber, as Sakestian and Francesca you two of you were found and brought to the office on the Legatus's orders. And you open the door and kind of peering over your shoulder and looking around at the two of you, kind of counting heads, is the ambassador. And he looks around, he's scanning faces. Where did, seeing the tail end of Antony as he rounds a corner. Pardon me, sir, and he hurries after Antony. Believe the two of you. Let me ask, how do you find our home here? Looking to Sakestian and Francesca. Francesca, I guess you're still not aware that
Yeah,
the
I don't
nature
say
of your
anything.
being is.
I'm quiet.
Burp, burp.
He knows.
I still don't know what that means, so I'm shutting the fuck
He knows
up.
about you, Francesca.
I'm just gonna kind of look at her a little wide-eyed.
The purple
Undead?
orbs glow a bit brighter.
Yeah, the glows. Yeah.
Well, I for one think it's lovely place.
A number of those in.
Clear my throat and I'll be like, I too seek the extermination of fiends.
Well, at its core, that's all that we require of our wardens. Give or take, it's a little more complicated than that. However, it seems to be the consensus of Kirin Group here that the two of you are at least in some way trustworthy or interested in becoming wardens yourselves.
I'll nod my
Is this
head
true?
slowly. I do not see another purpose for myself at the moment, so yes, I would like to join your cause. I too would like peace to be brought to this world and more safety for those in it.
I second that.
I must say, the two of you are certainly not our usual wardens. Certainly not you. I know they said that they'd named you after their sister. Was that part of the story as well?
No, sir. The only thing I remember from my previous life is that name. Not that it is mine, but that it was associated with me.
I see. Francesca it is then. Then you. Suggestion, I believe. Am I saying that correctly?
Suggestion.
Suggestion. Understood. I apologize.
That was quite alright. I know it's difficult.
Her, I would understand from her story, but you, I believe, you had found them as part of the civilian merchant group that was accompanying our convoy up to the Bloodlands, correct? You had interest
Correct.
in becoming a warden. Why wait?
You could say Frederica here inspired me.
I did. I did.
He nods
You should
and-
have heard her speaking to the caravan. It was quite inspirational.
Inspired.
I see. And then what held you back before her rousing an inspirational speech then?
Perhaps I lacked the confidence, the drive necessary. I maybe didn't believe I could do it.
Nuts. Go ahead and make a charisma check of your choice, I suppose. Whichever one. Persuasion or deception, please, Sakestia. You could just give me a number, too. You don't even have to tell me which one you chose.
It's all
Yeah.
I'm sure it's
He
the
doesn't.
same.
He doesn't need any inspiration. I'm pretty sure.
I'm guessing it's the same. It's the same modifier for either one. He's
Double
proficient in both.
expertise!
He's proficient in both.
Persuasion, in fact. Dissuasion. Oh! Okay! A casual 26. Got it!
Just good.
Yeah. Just
Fucking
normal
Christ!
What's the two bonuses from? Out of
Um,
curiosity.
the two bonuses? You mean the little pluses next to it?
Okay. Yeah. That's your
One is
proficiency and
my
then the charisma?
yeah. One of them is charisma modifier. The other one's proficiency. It does
Gotcha.
it by little circle tokens.
He knows. Especially in decisions like this, consequential ones. It's not that any of you, I believe, ever had taken lightly the decision to join the Wardens, knowing what we do. Sometimes we need just that little final push, it would seem. Very well. I do have plans for the Kirin group as well as a number of other Warden groups that have proven themselves in one way or another. However, some of them are currently out on mission, and I would rather address all of you at the same time. So for the moment, I believe that Francesca, suggestion, we can assign you to Kirin Group and under a provisionary status. That being said, for reasons spoken about before, for you, Francesca, I do believe it might be best for you to spend little time within Arx Bellatorius until absolute.
Francesca takes on like almost like a naturally militaristic posture with like her hands behind her back, and she just kind of nods and like almost disappears behind the group of other wardens as she's like, I promise, sir, you will not even notice I am here.
Nods and the same would be best for you, suggestion. It is a simple matter of, well, protocol and avoiding easily avoidable circumstances. So whilst within the walls of Arx Bellatorius, you'll be accompanied by another warden, and between the hours of dusk and dawn, I would ask that you not be within the walls.
Fair enough. He bows.
Very well. I will see all of you in, if all goes according reports that we've had in our projected times, you all should have about 10 days before all of the groups that I have in mind for this are back in Pomona. So enjoy the time off, rest, recuperate, and make some well-needed preparations. One way or another, what you're doing is going to be unlike anything you to do before. That's all.
Are we leaving the legatus's office at this time?
Yeah,
Or are we still
rest of
there?
you can be.
Oh, okay. I want to go ahead and get right next to Ezekiel and kind of like get close to him and grab him onto the shoulder and just whisper to him.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Did I just hear you guys say you guys fought a bullet?
You know of them?
Oh, but that's what I heard Persephone say.
Right.
A gigantic one, in fact.
It was. One might even add an extra word in front, being abyssal. Was not
Whoa.
just any ballet, but the most fierce ballet in the land. Yes, we fought a ballet.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I guess you guys did deserve that dinner after all.
I'm gonna look over at Suggestion. Perhaps another two. What do you say?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Dinner? You
Bishop.
guys had dinner?
Ah,
I had intended to invite you all, however, it was a brief.
yeah. As Ezekiel walks out of the office with everyone, he's just gonna quickly shout back. Thank you for having us, Legatus. Have a good one.
Thank you for having us.
Melody just crosses her arms and just shakes her head.
As Melody really gets a full close look of Ezekiel, he looks drenched in sweat, just nerve-wracked the whole way through from the beginning, just that was
Needs to go
tense.
change his robes. Alright.
That makes it sound like he pissed himself too.
Yeah, right.
No.
So-
Oh, you don't know the
That
half
is-
of it.
You don't know that half of
It wouldn't be the
it.
first
That's
time.
like a third of his backstory. That was like half
do
of
you
his
know?
character for the main part
How
of
do you
the story.
know?
His boy.
How do you know?
She knows.
How does she
Jessica
know?
knows everything.
She doesn't know her
Who
own
told her?
history, but she knows.
Who told her?
Who told? Which one of you assholes?
Which one of you pieces of shit?
I raised my hand
I
immediately.
I haven't pissed myself in weeks.
It's been. I'm a big boy.
I got my 1 month dry chip right here.
Not the.
Wow.
I'm going to my
I go to.
Piss Boys Anonymous.
I was gonna say it's Pisser Anonymous.
PAA. I
Like
can't.
PA. All right.
All right. So the sisters, including or not including Francesca, and Bishop are the only ones left. Oh, but no, Frederica was talking about dinner, I guess. So it would be Francesca, Bishop, and Persephone. You all leaving?
Hanging at the back of the group, just kind of waiting to see where they go, and if they go to dinner, she's just gonna beeline to the bedroom area that we were in.
Somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't eat.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna go now back to my quarters and start working on a letter to write back.
Okay. Persephone?
Oh, before I left, I would just have apologized quickly. I'm sorry. Thank you.
We are fighting back these fiends, these devils, and these demons. It says at this point it's just the two of you. We fight them back because this is our home. And we've not always kept it in good order. We've squabbled and fought over it amongst ourselves, but it was at least ours to fight and squabble over.
Exactly. You get it. It's not just
I do.
me.
And those of us, mortals, denizens of the material plane, human, whatever you call us, we are just that. We're not infallible, Persephone. We're not perfect. Not you. Not Kirin Group. Not the rest of the wardens. Not me. Not even those that have in the prime groups fighting on the front lines. We're not going to avoid every pitfall, every mistake. And no one is asking for perfection. And you cannot control falling into some of these pitfalls. You're not going to avoid every mistake. What you can do is control how you respond to it, how you react to it, and whether or not you own up to it. You should not have lied, Persephone. That is, I do not ask for perfection. I do not ask for my wardens to not make mistakes, but one thing that I will demand, one thing that is necessary, is for me to be able to trust them.
I understand. And it
You
isn't
not,
that I just wanted to keep the truth. It was more concerned that she would be destroyed or otherwise.
I can understand that. I get that it's not a simple matter. I understand it could be complicated, certainly. But that does not change my point. We have so many of us out there working individually on separate missions, separate goals, but towards the same overall directive and objective. If one thing is withheld here, one small lie made there, they will add up, and those can result in individuals like me who are tasked with overseeing the whole of our operation having a skewed version of reality. Just need you to be honest from now on. Okay?
Yes, I will.
Not. That would have been one hell of a golem, though, I must say. Have you found out what she actually is beyond her nature? Is even for, well, just being undead does not explain her, it, Francesca.
I've been trying to figure that out. I'm not exactly sure. It seems like she's both, the purple mist and the suit of armor.
If you do not mind, I've already told Bishop to keep on the lookout for certain things as you go about your missions, if you don't mind, and if it's amenable to Francesca as well. It would behoove us to know as much of her true nature as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I don't plan on just idly ignoring the fact that it's so curious and amazing, whatever it is.
Nuts. Well, I don't believe I have anything else for you, Persephone. Just, I hope you take my words to heart.
I have, and I will remember.
You can at least begin to maybe make amends. I intend to have a late night tonight. Appreciate some of that tea you brought in earlier. Some time ago.
Oh,
If it's
of
not too
course.
much trouble.
No, not at all.
He nods and goes back to behind his desk and very well then, you are dismissed
Yes,
for
sir.
now. And you exit as well. Catching up with the rest, there is still the matter of Frederica Persephone dealing with Antony. But other than that, you guys have 10 days.
When is he leaving? Today? Same day?
He was saying he would wait for you guys by the gates to the fortress.
Immediately? That's crazy.
Well, he was just, he's not gonna disappear. Like, I'm gonna go into stasis for a bit. He's gonna be somewhere.
Me coded goes into stasis.
Right.
Um,
God, Frederica, your servants are people too.
are they?
Sorry,
That was
Mere
impressive.
furniture.
Wild.
Crazy.
Frederica,
Oh my
your wrist is
gosh.
showing.
Please, Anthony, could you stand a couple feet to the left? You're blocking the good light.
Anthony,
Please,
if not
Anthony,
to discuss
please.
much longer, I desire somewhere to sit. Kneel.
Neil,
Neil.
all fours, please.
God
The other side of the
damn.
room,
Yo.
please.
Anthony,
You're
please.
breathing all the good air.
I just got these shoes. I cannot bear to let them touch the ground, Anthony. Your jacket.
Carry me. Oh no.
Crazy.
Oh my god, I'm becoming my mother.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Vicky already makes
Yeah.
me feel like
Yeah, right?
That's crazy.
Jeez.
Eesh.
Only the disappointment part.
Wow.
Oh.
Gasp.
God
They don't know
damn.
that.
No.
Leave Fred alone. Pobrecita. She fucking left.
Damn.
Damn.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
What's going on?
A lot, apparently.
Yeah, right. I was making fun of Ezekiel, I thought. Has she gone into stasis?
Sort of. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just figuring out like how the fuck to proceed because I thought he was leaving like later.
Later.
I went with who did I leave with? Ezekiel, Melody.
Well,
and
you
then
guys are
Bishop?
just still like kind of just walking out of the Legatus's office, and you're still within the. But yeah, you left with Melody as suggestion.
And I'd be lurking awkwardly,
Yeah.
like 5 feet away, eavesdropping.
Probably Bishop not too far behind either. The only one that's lingered around for a bit was Persephone.
I should probably wait up for my sister. But what do you guys think if I not that it's going to happen, but theoretically, hypothetically, question mark. If I was not here.
Is that
Well,
what you were speaking about?
Sort of, I guess. Just we don't have to go that deeply, but you know, family stuff.
Huh.
well, I wouldn't want you to be there. I would want you to be here.
You want me to be in immense danger all the time?
That's quite horrible of you.
What are you talking about? I would never let Fred in danger. As for you, Ezekiel, I wonder sometimes.
I mean, if I'm gonna be in danger with somebody, I'd rather be with someone like you. Just saying, you know, you're pretty capable in the fight, so you know,
That's right,
Oh,
Frederica.
we need you around.
well,
You
I know I'm capable of fighting. It's just I don't know if I don't think this is going to be forever. Well, I'm not considering going back. It was just a thought, really. If anyone were to go back, it's probably my sister. She side eyes Francesca.
No.
Is she
I like look away because I feel like I should be a part of it.
is
Well-
Persephone not as involved?
I think we both are. I mean, I don't know. I just it's a lot. It's a lot. And I need a drink. I need a drink. I need a drink.
Now you're talking my language, Frederica. Let's go. We need to keep your mind off these, uh, big important things, like home and stuff. Let's just go out for a drink. How about that? Maybe clear our heads a bit, before we talk about leaving forever, please.
I'm not leaving. I can't leave. I
Well, then it's settled.
And
You're gonna
even
be
it
with us forever, right?
well, I don't know about forever
forever,
either. That's
forever.
At
no
least
offense.
until
That doesn't sound appealing.
it ain't appealing doing what we do, but it's gotta be done. I mean, you're gonna see this through at least, right?
I mean, if she were to go back home, who's to say it's not just to stop by and say hi?
I can't go home. It's just the reality of it. There really isn't a possible future. You're right.
Well,
There are
what do
things
you,
that I have to do. If
like,
I miss
I
anything,
guess
it's my bed, but I don't know. If you guys laid on that bed, you would understand my small hesitancy, I guess.
but that's it.
Why can't they just bring that
Nothing
bed
else.
here? I mean, I don't get it.
I
I mean, more than the bed. You don't miss your family?
From the little I've known you, you are very family oriented.
We can always talk about it after a few drinks, Fred.
I do need to. I probably should write a letter at least to them. There's no way I'm going back. That's ridiculous. Let's go get a drink. Wait. We should probably wait for Persephone. I don't know. She'll drink, but she'll probably. Maybe. Maybe. Nah, it's fine. Let's go get a drink.
I definitely don't mind waiting on your sister, Besides, it'll be kind of nice to talk about family drama with someone else for once, I know a little bit about that myself when I went back home.
Well, I am interested, but I suppose we're waiting to share stories over some drinks. Suggestion, do you partake?
If the occasion calls for it.
Alright.
I suppose the occasion is the sisters are not leaving.
I suppose, although I don't think an occasion's really needed for this one. And I myself have had a bit of
Are
a
you even of age?
Melody giggles.
yeah. I
Old enough to
I
die to
am
fiends, but I'm not old enough
maybe.
to take a drink.
Oh my god.
You know what? That's a fair point. I risk my life. I put my neck out, and you expect that I can numb it just a little?
To each their own.
But I have been trying to mediate myself a tad.
Is
Afraid
helm
of.
perhaps not good enough?
What does Helm have to do with me drinking?
Well, you mentioned you needed to take the edge off.
It's less that
One
it
would
was
think a
just
man.
fun. It
Huh.
wasn't like I was stressed and drinking. It was just enjoyable. But after facing repercussions, I I'm gonna try and be better with it.
Hey, Shast, you think that Helm is gonna come down and just strike Ezekiel whenever he takes a drink?
Well, if that were the case, I'd be Ash more than a while ago.
He is very obviously ignoring Melody. And he'll turn to Fred. Fred, well, if you need a drink to make your decision, you do have a man waiting in the front. It'd be rude to keep him waiting.
How about you guys go ahead, wait for my sister, and I probably should take care of this first then. I think you're right. For
Okay.
once.
All right. So, Frederica, you wait, and a while later, after Persephone's conversation with the legatus, she does come out the same way that the rest of you had prior, so you're able to catch up with her.
Oh, did I keep you waiting? I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. I just, well, I wasn't sure how long he was going to be here, so I don't know if you wanted to maybe write a letter or if you wanted to talk about it a bit more now that we have more time.
Definitely a letter. At least a letter, I think. 2, probably. 2 letters, probably, yes. Mhm. What do you think?
I think they would be elated to hear from you. So I think 2 letters. One can go to mother and one can go to father, but we should probably write separate letters. My concern is making sure that they're safe, so keeping tabs on the area might be a good idea moving forward. You know, if well, I know you said that you do this for you now, right? But if you had any doubts, then or if you know, wanted to leave, I'd understand, I guess.
Well, I mean, of course there's doubts. I mean, sometimes there's doubts, not always. But, one can question what they're doing. Like when I was trying to tell the lie and just felt terribly wrong. So in those moments, definitely doubt.
I'm sorry, I probably should have supported you a bit more there. I do feel like majority of the time, anytime we lie kind of backfires on us, so we might as well not lie, but it also depends on who we lie to, and then I don't.
It wasn't exactly our secret to tell, but also they willingly walked into the town and we had already coffined everything, so that's.
I was never good at, I guess, hiding, right, emotions and stuff like that. I'm not a particularly good liar either. I don't know if it's an insult or compliment, but I think regardless of what you choose, wherever you go, you'll always excel at. But me, my dear sister, I have my hammer, I have my arms, and I have a fighting spirit. So even though it's fucked, I feel like I belong some form of this. I think if I go back, it'd just be more disappointment.
Well, that was one thing that was distinctly lacking from the letter was any sort of reason other than it's dangerous. I mean, of course it's dangerous. Most things are. Well, I guess most things aren't dangerous. I mean, even being a wife can be dangerous, depending on circumstances.
As long as I guess we get to choose our partner, then it doesn't probably not as bad, but
Oh, I didn't mean. No, I just meant, if we were to be more tame and ladylike and do whatever, even that isn't totally safe.
I do miss the dresses every once in a while. Though I prefer what I wear now, I think. Kind of just looking herself over. Cuts and holes in certain outfits, I guess. Okay, well, maybe not now, but enough. Ooh, do you think? What if we convince them to send us funds so that we can buy better outfits? Better yet, what if we pitch the idea to have matching, well, maybe not matching outfits, but warden representing outfits? That could get a lot of more recruitments too. That's a good idea to pitch to the legatus. I don't know if the legatus is the person I should talk to about that. Putting that thought aside.
I believe those would be called uniforms. Like it is. I think the warden should all have matching outfits.
Hell yeah. You'll be like, yo, who's that? The wardens.
What
And
about
then
those,
we won't
what
even
about
have
those
a problem with Francesca.
adorable, like
great.
those, like those marine outfits that all those soldier boys wear?
Yeah. But like prettier. Thank you, voice in this guy.
Anytime.
So,
I hear that, Persephone.
Yeah, what?
No,
What's
you
going on?
don't.
I am the
I think my
tree.
voices are loud.
I've been setting up the big bad of the campaign for the whole time. You guys just don't even know.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
The big bad
It's
is
matching
schizophrenia.
outfits.
It's matching
No.
outfits.
Yeah.
The
That's
omnipotent voice in the sky. It's a character. It's been an NPC this whole time. You guys thought.
Oh my
The big bad is
god.
this.
The big bag has been us all along, guys. GG.
Nah, it's this
Maybe
cow right there the whole time.
right there.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
What?
been right out
There's
there
a
in the
cow?
open.
There is a cow! Oh my
Yeah, it's been there
It's just like
for as long as this map has been
god! Oh, can we go to
created.
Wing Grace?
That's a fucking huge cow and fucking Lucifer right there.
Shit,
Aw. We won't forget you, Bartholomew.
Oof.
I did.
And
No, I'm joking.
Oof.
You shut your
Well-
mouth!
well, you guys decide and contemplate what you guys want to be doing for the next 10 days. Give it a little thought over the break, and we will get back. Give, Persephone and Fred some time to craft this letter as well. Maybe you guys just go out and get drunk with Anthony, and you guys like write the letters by like
That's
as
what
a
I was
group.
thinking
Like,
initially, to be
just
honest.
like, all right. So we should also like maybe tell her that like we're not kids anymore. Like we've done stuff.
I'm a
Like we've done
grown
stuff.
ass woman.
I'm like I'm drinking right now. I'm
Yeah.
drinking a lot tonight. Like I'm not. I just she doesn't know. She doesn't even know.
Mama, I killed the man.
Put my hammer in his head, smashed his
damn.
brains, and now he dead.
Damn.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's funny because it's true. All right, see you guys in a bit.
It's so true.
See you.
Does anybody have anything specific they want to do over the next 10 days? Something
Yes,
maybe
sir.
consequential? Okay, what is it?
So
Um, Francesca, while remaining in the Kieran barracks like as often as like she should,
Mm-hmm.
is kind of gonna like now that she has this resource and is slightly accepted into this community, kind of try and seek knowledge of like how she could potentially be like healed during combat because she knows that like magic doesn't affect her in the same way. So she's gonna try and seek out people who are a little more magically
Okay.
knowledgeable than her and be like,
Sure.
obviously it's a weird circumstance, but what kind of advice would they have?
Okay. Are you being straightforward? Like, hey guys, I'm a new warden. I'm kind of a zombie. Is there anything
No, I'm
or
just
like
kind of, hey, like magic doesn't like totally affect me in the same sense because of like the way this armor is like bound to me in a sense, you know? Like I'm not
Okay.
specifically saying how, but I'm just like the armor is with me and I feel like I'm not affected by magic in the same circumstance and I'm willing to be slightly experimented on.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation. Please. This is gonna
All
take
right. I got a 15.
Okay. So depending on who you go to, you get a number of different areas. Some people try to approach it from the aspect of, well, maybe mending or repairing the armor itself could rejuvenate you some vitality, but that ends up being a dead end path, and it does not seem to be the case. The armor itself, while still bound and a part of you, doesn't seem to be a true.
Sustaining factor.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get more into magical side of things where you realize that a number of people like the little priest boy, uh, a lot of their magics and their knowledge leads to, again, like, well, divine magic, for the most part, does not seem to function. There are certain spells that are brought to your knowledge and attention do, or would, in fact, not run into these complications with the nature of your being. Spells such as Aura Vitality, as well as a number of other magics that aren't necessarily based purely on mending wounds, mending physical wounds, rather. These ones have more of a sense of restoring the spirit, or restoring something not physical within a person. You also discover and or learn that, as with most others, a healing potion and items that would restore health function perfectly fine for you.
Hmm.
The uh, maybe more curious minded individual that you approach, eccentric, I don't think is the word, but definitely sort of outside of the box ish thinker, suggests that there might be a way. If magic doesn't work on you, or certain magics don't work on you, then perhaps there would be other magics that would counteract that shortcoming. Say an item that could be crafted, or some sort of trinket or artifact that, while bound and attuned to, could perhaps bypass this, uh,
Mm.
the nature of your being, and allow you to be restored by that. But while hypothetically they say it's, a thing, and they don't see why not, they haven't the foggiest idea on how to create something of that nature or where to begin.
All right.
But
Well,
just that
with that
makes sense.
knowledge, yeah, I will definitely share that knowledge at some point with like Persephone and Ezekiel because
Okay.
I feel like their brains combined. can help figure this out. Yeah, otherwise, I'm basically just hunkering down because I was told to lay low. So I try
Gotcha.
to accomplish as much as possible in as little time, and then I disappear. I'm like, yes,
Alright.
located, sir.
So you spent a little over a week doing this in-depth research. You learn a lot more about restorative magic than you'd ever thought you would, especially in such a short amount of time. And
Yeah, I probably know more
while you
about
get some,
restorative magic than myself.
yeah, and while you come out with some answers that might be like, okay, that'll work, but that's not exactly what I wanted, you do end up with the spark of the idea of, well, maybe there is something that I can do, something maybe that I can infuse into my armor,
Hmm.
magically bypass this nature of my being.
All right.
Anybody else?
So there's hope.
There's hope.
Um,
I know that Bishop, you had penned a letter and had wanted to send it off, though you're not sure where they are, but you do at least know, hey, they're with the Silvered Cross, so they might be easier to find than finding a random, like finding a person in a city, like a needle in a haystack. You can say, hey, get this into the hands of somebody from the Silvered Cross, then maybe they could better find your wife and daughter.
yeah, exactly. That's um what I would be doing if yeah,
Okay.
possible. That's one of the things I would do, but I mean, if it's over a 10-day period, um, I would also probably try to um I will try to work on, of course, improving um my sword to make it more efficient and compatible with rune triggers. So I would work on that. Um, and then I would also seek. I would also try to look into the best way to maybe learn languages, whether it's like at a local bookshop to get like a kind of like
Okay.
how-to self-taught guide, and maybe just start off with
Sure.
one or two and
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
okay.
Language to language dictionaries and the like are not exactly a common thing.
Yeah. Investigation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10.
10.
10.
So, like I said, language to language dictionaries, they books themselves are mostly penned either by hand or by magical hand, right? There's no printing press or the like. So what you do find, though not exactly to, is when looking through a bookstore, something catches your eye. You see some little books in common. Some of them seem like tales of children's stories, but you overlook those because you're looking for this. Like, I need to learn new languages. The cover does strike your eye, though, as the artwork seems fairly unique. And as you're going through this bookshop, you, in a different aisle, see the same cover, except you look at it and it's written in a different language. It seems like the iteration of these children's stories, it's about maybe 70, 80 pages long, have been written in both common and in a different language. So you find, basically, some children's stories, folklore, fairy tales that you can, read in common, then read in this other.
Okay.
It would be hard going, but it's not exactly what you're looking for, but it's what you find. The 10. over that course of time.
Okay.
So if you want those, that's going to be 6 gold total. No, wait. 4 gold total.
Okay. And so it's how many books total?
2. You find common and like I don't even know what language.
I wouldn't. Well, I mean, if I'm finding it at a shop, I would want to uh let the shopkeeper. I would ask them what language this is. I mean, I would think they would know what language of type of book they're selling or they have in stock.
Oh yeah, I didn't know like if you had any in.
Oh, okay. Let's go through the Rolodex of languages and see which one I land on.
You didn't have anything in mind, like.
Um, Not in
I'll let you know it's
particular.
not like abyssal or infernal or anything.
Well, yeah, I know it wouldn't be anything obscure. It would probably be a people language or like one of like the common
Yeah.
races languages. Yeah. So I did not have one in mind.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
get
I
back
had
to you.
one in mind for this that was
Oh, okay. Go
well,
ahead.
the ones that you find was Elvish.
Okay. I mean, it's
I mean, you also have, there are people that also speak Elvish, so they might be able to help. This might be able to be like some. If you had an interest in the language, there's Ezekiel, Melody at the very minimum, speak it, and then this could be some, solo studying material that could advance your knowledge of this language.
I guess it's a start. Sure.
Yeah, just not. You're not gonna find too many crazy languages like giant or anything like that in Mona. Mostly going to be common and elvish are the two most prominent languages in
Mm-hmm.
the Republic of Kia, with a minority of that being stuff like Dwarvish. But there's not really much beyond that in the sort of main libraries books that you'll find in the Republic.
Okay. So
Adabadoobie.
Dabadoobie. So I will, I'll do the 4 gold for the set of books, and then I probably
Okay.
will be trying to get some help from some of the party peoples. But yeah, the majority of my time, um, I would probably spend in the workshop trying to work out,
Gotcha.
ways to improve my weapon.
All right. Anybody else?
I would like Ezekiel to make calls out to his family.
Mm-hmm.
Just like check in, talk. Nothing like in particular, just reaching out.
Okay. They're certainly happy to hear from you and encourage you to call more. You don't call enough. But they let you know that they're fine, though they're acutely aware of what's going on in the world. You, as well, others who are on similar journeys as you, have sent word back of the dangers that approach, and it does not seem like the Watcher's Grove has yet encountered the approach of the fiends or the scourge of the Bloodlands, but they are ready to move if need be. There's also you also learn as you're talking about it that seems at least a small number of others who are on the similar journey that you are have taken up the mantle Rift Warden and have joined the cause, though you've not encountered any to your.
Oh, nice. Oh, I do want to. Actually, there is one specific note I would like to tell them about, and it would
Okay.
be my encounter with the Kieran. Um,
They
Yeah,
What?
Caltheron. There we go. I
Yes.
imagine like Ezekiel gushing over it.
All right. So they share in your enthusiasm. And the last thing that they'll have said after this exchange of sending spells back and forth, just from you, but you just casting this numbers of times,
Yeah.
would be that they think about you a lot. They um, commune with Vayne, who is the celestial that most, if not all, of your village commune with, and the ambassador to Helm that guides over the village. And they've communed with and prayed to him for your safety, and it seems like that at least for that time their prayers are currently going answered, so they're definitely glad for that.
Yeah. And I tell them I miss them too. And that I'll take care of myself.
All right.
Other
Anybody
than
else?
that,
Oh, okay. What's
other
up?
than that, just like um general, I would like to do strength training with Frederica, or just preparation, prayers, stuff like that. And
Okay,
that's it for me.
sounds good.
Being that he mentioned training and or that, I would also like to, with everything going on and a lot of digesting to do with so much information thrown at her and everything that they went through. Fred is going to seek out Ezekiel for more of like joining in on his sessions of prayer, but she's not praying, like she's kind of observing, and she's more interested in how it can help. So like the effect of like, I don't know, of like, I guess similar to prayer. She doesn't like, I don't know. She's not really much of a prayer, but she just wants to learn how to,
Yeah,
I don't
so
know,
you're
strengthen, yeah, her mind.
bolstering your mind and spirit, your willpower. You've been subdued by these chaotic forces before, and you know that while muscles certainly help, they're not going to stop that kind of. So you're seeking out help from Ezekiel, or at least some whatever knowledge he can impart on you for how to defend that aspect of your being.
And then in between that, just she's a regular at the training grounds. She likes to spar with others. I think you mentioned before the quartermaster is the one that she interacted with before on
The
the
dwarf,
when she was.
yeah,
But so what happened to him again? I need a little recap.
he was the one that went off with you guys as you escorted them part of the way, and then the Scorpion group took over, and so
Okay,
he
okay, okay.
went and finished the trip all um up to the front lines, up to the Bloodlands to supplies, and he would have returned. Well, he would still be on the way back at the end of the days, actually. So he's not yet returned.
Okay. I guess I'd still help out where I can, but I think, yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay. Going once.
Uh,
Oh no, you. My bad.
go ahead.
The
You go. I already had a chance. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I was just gonna write a letter back to home, just to let them know that I've arrived safely again back to Pomona, and they don't have to worry about anything right now, and that hopefully I'll see them again soon. And yeah, just writing that letter to them and finding a mail person, postal people to help me deliver this letter to them.
Yep. Letter's going to be piling up at the Moonsong Estate as they're out traveling with the servants, but they'll have a lot to come home.
Definitely. And then yeah, that's about it. And probably maybe check with Bishop and see how he's doing since speaking of letters, I'm kind of like wondering what was the contents of those letters 'cause I don't think he ever explained it to anyone. Maybe I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I would explain if she asked.
Okay.
Fine. I'll ask then. Gosh.
I mean, is there anything more than just...
Okay. So, I feel so weird because we've been talking out of character. Okay, so,
I mean, you don't have to stop if you don't want to. It doesn't have to be a full scene. Like, you just want
Yeah.
to say, I was going to explain it. Like, if you want to jump into it, sure, but you don't have to.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I just go up to him and he just explains everything within the 10 days what's going on.
yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, over the
I would definitely explain to her, what's been going on, um, the letter that I got and, why I kind of gave her such a cold reaction, when she first came back, despite like how we left things. Just because at that time, at the forefront of my mind, even though I knew Melody was there, and that was something that I was aware of, as Bishop was aware of, like he knew, like he knew in his like that letter what it was, right? There's nothing else that he thought that was gonna be other than a letter from his family.
Mm-hmm.
And that moment that was a priority, so he would kind of like explain that, um, and what's going on. Of course, he would at that point also kind of let him know that he did miss her, and then he's happy that she's back. Um, and then probably just try to keep things a little more neutral, more friendly, just because he doesn't really know how to tackle um the situation, how they left it at the time, and at this point, you know, given the letter that Bishop received, he and given this what happened recently, in the last mission, the conversation, or rather the argument slash discussion he had with Persephone, he wants to be better, and he wants to be someone that his daughter could be proud of. So that's kind of what he wants to do, right? He just wants to kind of try to tighten up a bit from what he has been, because he's kind of been spiraling somewhat. Like he's still holding it together just because the party needs him to, but like emotionally he has not been all that, put together since the Dominion. So
Yeah.
he's trying to kind of, that's kind of like
And
his
you're telling all
rationale.
of this to her?
No, I'm telling the party out of
Oh,
character.
okay.
Yeah, just
Oh, okay.
like how, pretty much the monologue of Bishop's emotions at the time, kind of explaining it and why he is kind of just letting Melody know like about the letter, and then kind of trying to keep things a little more neutral, more friendly, but also appreciating that she's back and being happy about that, and kind of showing her a little bit of warmth, but not as much as maybe she would expect. So I guess if that
Well,
makes
it
sense.
depends on what she's expecting, but yeah, I get you.
Yeah, well, what he thinks she might expect based on how things were
Yeah,
left.
I understand that. Okay.
Yeah, and then he would probably also ask her for help with learning Elvish.
yeah, and she would teach him. She would help.
Mhm.
I mean,
Let's
can't resist those,
stick you
elf
here in
ears.
the friend zone / Elvish place. know, I think that this is where I'm at. That I know how we things, little lady, but I'm just gonna say I'm trying to by myself, and I do respect you. I'm glad you're here, but I think that we should maintain distance. And also, can you help me speak that bibbity bloppity language that you do? Like,
Bibbidi bobbidi.
it's kind of like when you're saying the word. I said I inhaling. I don't know. It's a lot of S's and a lot of fuzz. I don't, but it sounds pretty. But I just can't.
I can't say it.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that
Anyways.
maybe you could just add like an es after every word, and then is that what it is? I've noticed that a couple times, but I'm not sure if that applies to everything. Like
It is.
like I got I'm gonna go to bedis. I'm gonna go to the bathroomist. I'm gonna
Bettis.
eat us.
Bibbidi bobbidi.
Oh my god.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely not the. He's not like awkwardly saying, "Hey, you're friend zone" or anything like that.
Yeah,
But
I understand.
it
I get
is
it.
it
I
definitely is
understand.
a little bit more friendly zone ish for now.
Okay.
No further,
Understood.
yeah.
All right. Moving on. At the end of these 10 days, you have
Mm-mm.
begun to. What?
I'm
No?
out.
Okay, Persephone? Hello?
So Persephone at some point she's going to, maybe after a day or two, approach Justin and she's kind of hiding behind a book as she walks up to him and she's handing him the book and she's like, "This is one of my favorite stories and it's, this man comes from across the sea and like he's lost his home and he goes on like all these crazy it's really great and I think that maybe if you read it all, I don't know if you read, but it's really a great story overall. And I'm terribly sorry."
Sorry for what?
I mean, Ezekiel was in your mouth. I don't know why he was in your mouth, and I didn't mean to cause that.
Oh no.
Bruh.
That's quite all right.
It didn't really
So,
seem all right.
is the
I
book
I was
like a peace offering?
not a piece. I just thought maybe you might enjoy it. I mean, I like reading, but I don't know if you do. Um,
Hmm. Well, perhaps not the book I'd pick up, but I'll give it a shot.
I don't think you'll be disappointed. I mean, you know, like learning how to build a boat and all that is interesting, but a great story is well, just a great story.
Don't worry, I trust you.
I haven't been
Um,
avoiding you. I mean, I've been a little avoiding you, but that's why.
um, well, rest assured, I have been around, particularly watching you and your sister.
Oh, um, hmm. Any particular reason why?
I was there in the tail end of your, um, reunion? That's what it looked like at the very least.
Oh, yes. It was a reunion of sorts, and letters, and um, it would seem there's some amount of concern over, safety and whatnot. But being wardens, it isn't safe exactly. We go the
It's
places others are running from.
right, it's practically in the job title. Concern over your safety.
Well, yes, I mean, I think all mothers worry about their children.
I see. So, messenger from your family.
Yes. I think it was a bit provoked. I'm not sure what Fred said in her original letter to Mother, but she was very upset. I mean, we were told she was elated, but there's never elated about anything.
I suppose this answers my question to Fred now, quite a few weeks ago. You all are from PAX.
No, we're not from Pax. We're from elsewhere, a different city, but um,
Oh. Interesting.
is that where you're from?
Born and raised, for better or worse.
So, have you adventured around much, or is this your first time out of your city?
I've traveled from PAX for some time. You know, merchant business,
So do you,
trading and the like.
hmm. So what do you trade? Or do you just protect what's being traded?
Bit of both. I had a bit was a bit more involved with trading goods themselves when I was in PAX.
Oh, what kind of goods?
The most profitable kind.
So a variety of things then.
Very much so. I never stuck to one thing. It wouldn't be wise.
I suppose not. Thinking about it.
But I doubt there is anyone in PAX that doesn't recognize your surname.
Oh, that's possible, you know, but not so much around here. You know, I mean, we're known within the Wardens because of well, our older sister.
Francesca, yes?
Yes. Hmm.
Do you believe our friend to be your sister?
I don't, I don't think I, that's a difficult thing. I mean, if it is her, that would be, I mean, we'd have her back, but also, I mean, just the implications of that, are also troubling.
Right,
Well,
circumstances given. Not the most desirable, of course.
no, but I wouldn't exactly complain if it really was her.
That's interesting. It's very good of you.
Well, I mean, I wanted her back, not necessarily, the color of her hair or eyes. I mean, what does that really, you
You
know,
value what matters.
not
Understandable.
silly things that I miss. Well, I mean, it is silly things, but it's silly things like, just being around her and like she always had some kind of answer, no matter the problem. And, she was the bravest and most honorable person I knew.
How would you feel if you found out this Francesca was not your sister?
Well, she has a great name.
Mm. Yeah.
But I mean, that's sort of how I'm operating at the moment, is she is not the Francesca that I lost, but perhaps a different one. Or maybe she knew her, or knew of what happened to her. Even in time, it might be possible to discover such things.
I hope you find your sister.
Thank you.
I hope I can be of assistance.
I mean, you already have been. You've done so much. I mean, you were very helpful with all of the fighting, and you even protected the caravan. I mean, I was trying to cook up a plan, but the thing was enormous, and the caravan was so long, it would have been hard to defend all of it, and even losing any of it would have been crucial. It would have been terrible for the supplies because they're so crucial in the Bloodlands.
I know that for sure.
So we were very fortunate to have crossed paths when we did. I'm grateful that you stepped in.
It is my pleasure to be of assistance, fellow warden.
Wardens, right.
Do you disapprove?
Oh, no, not at all. But I do need to get some pastries. Would you? I mean, I need to. Yes, because I have a favor and something for Francesca, and yes. But anyway, the book here. Yeah, she enjoy it.
You get your book, you go on your shopping, you pick up the metal from Gwendolyn that you had spoken about to patch up Francesca's armor, and you do so. That's something that Persephone could easily do over the course of the 10 days.
So of course there's tea, and I need to buy some
Yes,
medicine kits, and you know.
sounds good. On the 9th day, the afternoon, just before the time when the legatus had instructed or requested, at least, that those wardens with the provisionary status not be within Arx Bellators, you all are enjoying a late lunch, early dinner in the fortress's mess area beneath the tent. Another group of wardens, a familiar group of wardens, takes a seat at the tables next to you. Wardens that most of you here have recognized since your fledgling beginnings in Twin Hills. Rocky, though your relationship has been at times, it's grown into a sort of mutual respect as a Scorpion group returns from their mission. One of the half elf that has sort of been at least the mouthpiece of the group comes up to you and claps a couple of shoulder. Well, if it isn't Kieran, it is now, right? Well, it's come a long way since Twin Hills. The two of our groups, see you're down a few numbers and up another few. Hopefully, nothing unbecoming happened to. What were their names?
Promotions mostly.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, that's to be expected from the group heralded as the heroes of Silver Lake, is it not? Though that was quite some time ago, wasn't it?
So how was your last mission?
Oh, well, you're aware it went well. We took over the caravan from you lot and took it up past Concordia to the front lines, and, well, let's just say I can see why they needed it. It's his eyes almost glaze over and his demeanor shifts as he recalls, but then seems to shake it off like a bad memory. Well, it's the goal for all of us eventually, right? Get there where the true fighting is happening, where the true battle is won and lost every day, every hour, minute, second. His eyes go sort of 1,000-year stare where he shakes it off again.
Everybody fighting anywhere is doing something important and is fighting the war in their own way. You know,
Of course.
furthering our efforts.
By chance, were you all part of the Legatus's chosen few?
I believe so.
Good. I wonder what he has in store for us then. I'm sure we'll find out, tomorrow morning. I'll let you all enjoy your meal and see you then. Good luck for Kieran.
You as well, Scorpion.
Gives you a sly smile and a little nod before heading back to his group of 6, including a number of other variety individuals, and predominantly the large half-orc man that you had seen before, Scorpion Group, previously having given you guys maybe deserved, maybe not deserved crap for ways some things ended up in your early days as warden. But now it seems, for whatever reason, both your group and theirs, as well as possibly many others, have been part of this group that the Legatus wishes to speak to. And the next day, bright and early in the morning, just as soon pretty much as dawn breaks, Suggestion and Francesca, you are there when the portcullis that grants access to the fortress is raised, and you head in, and already standing there are the groups of wardens awaiting the Legatus for whatever reason. You spot the others in Kieran group and approach them, the dew still wet on the grass.
Do I see the butterfly man?
You do not see the butterfly man.
What is his business?
Keep your secrets.
Keep your secrets, butterfly man.
Keep your secrets.
By the way,
As a
is
bit
that
of
that...
chatter and
Oh, I was gonna ask, is that the same guy from Silver Lake?
It is, but you
Okay.
don't know that.
Oh yeah, we didn't see them, but I just just for
No,
me,
you did not.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
No problem. Looking around, there are some familiar faces, some that you know well, others that you've just seen in passing. Of course, there's Scorpion Group. You also recognize Basilisk Group has made their way to Pomona as well. Godric and his gang, including the cleric Joanna, that, well, I guess if this whole time, Ezekiel, you knew was in Pomona. She had reached out to you. You recognize them, Francesca and Chikestian, as the sort of charismatic, mid to late 30s looking man that had a bit of a boisterous attitude with the whip on his side, leading the group wardens. The ones that seemed interesting before secret keeping butterfly man made.
Yeah.
Others that you recognize would be, at least at face value, would be a chimera group. You've seen them before, and a lot of other wardens that you've seen around and you have heard passing information about, and you know that they've been doing fairly good work, even if you haven't met them personally. A number of them, almost everybody here, you've sparred with, Frederica, so you know just how strong or not in your head they are. As murmurings begin to grow as to the reason for your summons here, a set of doors leading deeper into fortress opens, and walking out are two individuals. The legatus, as well as the wild-haired redhead, the elf that you had seen Francesca and Shakestian, as well as, well, all of you before.
I'm gonna like nudge suggestion with my elbow. Like really subtly.
He'll look over to her, smile and nod.
Okay. As the legatus approaches, the murmurings begin to quiet and hushen. As they do, the legatus looks over to the man at his side. He appears to be in his mid-20s, but that's a bit deceptive for a full elf. So his true age could be any wide range. His wild red-brown hair, angular features about his face, and he steps forward. Morning! A lot of you, I see familiar faces. One reason or another, that's good. Some of you, most of you, not. However, let me introduce myself. My name is Sunla Darsuth. I am the vice captain of Echo Group, one of the prime warden groups that are currently, well, facing off against the fiends at the heart of this, up in the Bloodlands. For those of you that are not well aware of exactly it works with us, not like your groups that range anywhere from maybe 5 to 8 individuals. We operate more as a battalion or even an army into ourselves. The reason you're here is because, well, you're the ones whose names were put forth by the legatus to be the most promising amongst you. A number of the 4 prime groups have shown interest, and our ranks never need bolstering. And while we certainly look to others, mercenaries and the likes, to do what needs to be done, our own cultivated, homegrown wardens, truly the best when it comes to those missions that are, well, success is the only option, let's say. Now, I'm not sure exactly which amongst you the legatus had in mind. I know that he had some ideas. The legatus nods. Indeed. As Sunlar said, you're here because you've, in one way or another, displayed your proficiency, your prominence, and your abilities. They've been noticed. And thus, from here on out, for one reason or other, you will be assigned missions that are much more crucial, much more dangerous. The legatus then goes into explaining more about the situation with the Bloodlands you'd ever been privy to before. The situation behind the Asmodeus line is a delicate one. While our goal is and always has been the eradication of all fiends, devils, and demons alike, we also sought to understand why are they here, how have they gotten here, what is their reason, if any. And one thing that we observed is, well, were the demons and their unending numbers not so volatile, chaotic nature, turning on each other, fighting amongst themselves, this war would have been lost long ago, both by the devils that oppose them and us. The situation itself is delicate in that, from what we've seen, were one side or another to lose, we would be next to fall. That does not mean, however, that there is no victory, no hope for the plane. On the contrary, it just means that we need to be smarter. We need to be more tactical and more precise. And in that, we have discovered, partially at least, a path forward. While the machinations of the devils yet elude us, we know not the minds, entities behind their movements, behind their legion. The demons, well, their hands are a bit more open. And so some of you here today will be set the task of aiding the prime groups on the front line, the ones who have shown not only the ability to fight against these fiends, the resolve to stand in their way, but also the necessary ability to make quick and correct decisions. Those of you not sent to the front line will instead be under Mr. Direct supervision, and, well, he will go more into detail on what that means for you after. And so, amongst the 8 groups here, I'll now announce the 4 that will be making their way to the Bloodlands to convene with the prime groups there. And to that point, he takes out a small note that he had in the pocket, unfolds it, as if just to make sure. It doesn't seem like he's reading it, but just in case. He reads off a number of groups. First two, not you. Third, it's Chimera. And the final group is heading to the Bloodlands. Scorpion. Sunlar will provide quick and expedient travel via teleportation soon. You've done well. You're going because you're ready for this. Keep up the fight. Stand together. We will overcome this, and those around you who are not yet joining you will continue to aid you from this side of the line. Be sure of that. The rest of you, you will be under Sunlar's direct supervision from this point forth. The wild-haired elf is standing there with a little bit of a grin on his face. There's a little bit of something that makes you think he's not 100% there. There's a little bit of a screw loose, it seems, just a little bit. And giving you guys a little bit of a nudge and a nod and a smile farewell. Scorpion group heads off with their things, and much like when you saw him, Sunlar touches the tree, and the little spark of flame that eventually grows into a flock of butterflies. This portal opens in the bark of the tree itself. Continues until the four groups named walk through. And as the spell ends, much like before, the magic, the portal, the flames dissipate in a shower of sparks and glittering butterflies made of fire. I leave them in your command, Sunlar. They are very capable, each and every one of them, though you'll find them strong enough to take most any fiend, I'd imagine. Well, I don't know about that. Certainly some, and, well, I know that some of them have quite the persuasive track record. Let's not say any. I mean, we don't even know how many there are out there. But, as you said, I'll take it from here, Legatus. Thank you. If you will, all of you, follow me over here a bit. Want to more properly introduce myself. And he begins to walk towards the center of the sort of training grounds area where he sits down on a tree stump. Begins to take out a little. Takes out his flask, pours it into. It's like a small tin cup, and sets it aside for a moment. As he's procuring and mixing a drink, which seems like is taking all of his attention, doesn't look like he's too concerned or too pressed for time. You guys are standing around idly for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes more.
Is this customary?
I'm not sure I would call it customary exactly. Not really sure what he's doing, but we've had a run-in with him before. He will provide aid to Silver Lake. Um, it was a mission we were a part of. So, I'm sure whatever he's doing, there must be a method to the madness.
I'll take your word for it.
As he's
Well,
mixing the
No, you can continue.
as he's mixing the drink with a long spoon, when she's done mixing it, he holds it and you can see the tin of the cup beginning to glow as it heats up in his hand until it begins to bubble and steam a bit. He takes a sip of it. It seems a little too hot. So the legators, he told me that there were some wardens who have not been wardens for so long, which is curious, considering he recommended you so highly. Which amongst you are they? The provisional wardens. What a term, provisional wardens. And see the other three groups outside of you kind of looking around. No one else raises a hand.
I just kind of look at suggestion and I'm like, is he talking about us?
Presumably.
So I kind of like stand up a little taller. I'm like, sir, yes, I believe I joined your little group yesterday, or rather a week ago. It seems like yesterday, honestly.
Chuckles at your little group comment. Uh, yes, yeah, I guess you were easy enough to spot, weren't you? There was another one, though. I thought. I don't think the legators would mix up numbers so easily.
I just pat Suggestion on the back, kind of like pushing him forward a little bit. Just like like.
Yes. Present.
Mm, gives a nod, takes another sip, which seems more palatable this time, not scalding hot. Well, get all your stuff. We are going on a little trip. Meet me outside the city in, well, about an hour. Should be enough time.
Just us two, sir?
No. Everybody.
Oh,
We're
okay, thank
leaving.
goodness.
And gets up and, without taking any more questions, without really giving many people much time to ask questions, he heads out. Not sure exactly why, where you're going. You guys pack up and, with the other three warden groups, begin to head out. You meet him at the outer reaches of Pomona within the hour, and once again, it seems like though a fair bit of downtime is gone too soon. About to leave the comfort of civilization behind once more. You travel with him as he mostly makes what seems to be idle, meaningless small talk, and with little bits of knowledge and lore about the Bloodlands, specifically demons that seem out of nowhere and out of context in a lot of the conversation. Eventually, over the course of traveling with him for a few days to destination that he doesn't specify nor answer asked.
Well,
Hmm?
I feel that I suppose that, like, if we're doing a few days at that point, if we haven't been briefed about anything, then I would like to at least try.
Okay.
You didn't quite prepare us for how long of a journey we'll be gone. Is there anything that you can tell us?
Gone. Gone's an interesting word.
Gone?
Yeah, you said gone. That's an interesting way to put it. See, gone implies away from somewhere you belong. Are you implying where other fighting?
I feel like I just want to know what we're expecting or doing.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Are we going to fight?
What else would we do? Though you are the first. Interestingly enough, I'm seen and heard you all whispering amongst yourselves at night, but you're the first one to approach me with that question. Took 3 days. That's a little bit longer than normal. Very well. I will talk to you tonight.
Tonight?
I'd like to
And
make it clear, Francesca was never whispering. She was gonna just do whatever she was told.
gotcha. Well, he's not just talking about you guys, but
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, she's just like a little obedient soldier now. She's like, this feels good. I like just
this
having
is.
a direction. Let's go. Part of a little group. Woo.
So that night, after most of her sleep, he has designated your group to basically be the first watch. Instead of individuals taking, you cycle between the previously established groups. So I'm going to get one thing straight. You're here mainly because, well, one, the legate is vouched for you in some capacity. I know what you did in Silver Lake, and that was impressive, especially considering that you entered it with no real knowledge of what you were going up against. You asked me what we were doing, what to expect, and, well, did you know what you were doing or what to expect when you walked into Silver Lake? No, I don't
No.
think you did. And you handled yourselves brilliantly. I feel maybe even better than you do when you know exactly what you're going into. And, well, when doing and facing off against what we're going to be facing off. It's key. You can't plan for demons. You can't anticipate chaos incarnate. You can only react and do. Though I was a bit disappointed to hear about you. He points a finger at suggestion.
Me?
Yes. Namely that when we fight fiends, when we fight these demons and devils, well, I'd rather not have to be watching my back at all times, if you know what I'm saying. Essentially, I don't trust you.
Strange. Why?
I don't trust. Well, as a group, as a organization, the Wardens, we need fighters. But not only that, as it's grown, we've needed people of many different trades, skill sets, abilities. But yet you only recently joined. I don't trust people who don't at least want to be wardens. Wardens, we can use cooks, we can use craftsmen, tradesmen, we can use logistical experts as well as our fighters. We use people of all walks of life. So if you don't want to be a warden, well, there must be some reason why, right?
Well, that's a strange assumption because I'm here, am I not?
Well, recently, sure. What kept you before? Must have been a reason, right?
Perhaps it's. Perhaps I thought it better to tackle the same things on my own.
Gives you a smile. Yes. It's just smiling and looking at you for a little bit longer.
Hmm.
When he breaks eye contact, looks to the rest of you. So, the Legatus is a smart man. He taps his forehead. He knows how to train up and procure fighters, warriors, and the like for what we need. But there's no telling how one will react, no matter how much they're training, how much they're molding, how much they've been forged. No telling how they'll react when faced with. Well, I want to call it reality, but it almost feels like something different. So, while the Legatus is certainly a smart man, we do have our differences in philosophy. You see, I don't think there's a point in wasting time on those who will simply break when called upon. So, he gets up and heads over to a nearby tree large enough and looks back to you and raises a finger or two, and spawning on it in a small pop of flames is a ember butterfly, the wings extending outward, reds and oranges, core body near the center, blue and white. I figure do things in the other way. Do you want to see the Bloodlands? And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Damn.
Oh shit, do you want to see the Bloodlands? She just a casual calling.
Do I ever?
Oh boy!
Look, next session, we either transcend our limits or die trying. Do or die time.
We about to fucking die trying, baby.
Welcome to the Wardens.
Yeah, welcome
Bro.
to the Wardens. Here are the Bloodlands.
Yeah. Good times. Well,
Well, are you gonna say no?
Hell no.
we're gonna say yes, of course. I would hope so. We're just gonna be like, nah, I'm good. Let's just, let's just
I'm
go back to
good.
our,
You know
let's just
what?
go back to our individual
I
hometowns.
should
We
go back
good.
to Concordia.
Yeah, right.
Actually, now that you mention it, I thought that was always the goal here. So casual. I mean, I haven't even had my coffee.
True.
True.
Yes. Well, good night, everybody.